out of here!
But
Ouch! You've caused enough trouble for one night.
Fine. I'll procure my wine in some other fashion.
Alright. Welcome back, guys, to another Assassin's Creed stream. Today we're continuing with AC Unity and the last bits and pieces of the main story and side quests. And yeah, we're in the middle of sequence 11, which is where we ended off last time. And this is the very start of it. So what happened last is that the King of France got executed, and Arno was there and could have potentially stopped it, but went behind the back of the Brotherhood, who then kicked out Arno. Also, Elise kind of like dismissed Arno for not going after revenge, but trying to protect her, so Arno is kind of like left without his Brotherhood and also without Elise. And yeah, as you can tell, he's not in the best situation. Also, hey there, Jimmy. Welcome in. Okay, so we have option objectives here. We gotta use cherry bomb lures. Okay, that was weird.
Was last night. Maybe I left it there.
Goddamn lactose.
So as you can see, the revolution also has very much hit Versailles. Given that it's kind of like the you know, residence of the king and the royals at the time. But yeah, not anymore. The revolution has basically dragged the king to Paris, where he had to live with the start of the revolution. Kind of like also witness what's happening to the country. And yeah, at this time we stopped witnessing anything anymore. He's 6 feet deep.
Ce n'était pas moi, je le jure sur mon âme.
This music gives me Syndicate vibes.
Looks like someone got into a fight.
Oh, Christ. Not you again. Didn't do enough damage last night.
No, I just... My father's watch. Have you seen it?
I see nothing. Might want to ask one of the four men you picked a fight with. Idiot.
Watch it!
You don't want to do that, boy.
Piss off, old man.
Bloody revolutionary bastard! Piss on your corpse, man! This is my patriotic duty! Ils ont déjà vécu trop longtemps!
Oh, Christ. That's bad.
You. Where's your boss?
Oh, shit!
No. Get back here. Where?
The palace!
What's your
They're at the
story, then?
palace!
Thank you.
Okay, I think... Hold up. I want to actually check something. And that is if we have the skill that we need here. The thing is I can't access my like equipment right now, I don't think. We do have poison bombs, right? Okay, that's good, because we need those for the option objective. And hey Barot, welcome in Senny. Thank you for the raid and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a great rest of the stream today with Tomb Raider. How was the rest of it? Hey Vitalian. Good mornings.
Bag it all, boys.
Beats rolling farmers for their coppers, eh, lads?
Some bastards turned off Saint-Pierre. Now where's he bloody gone off to? Gunfight! Where'd that come from? Oh, Jesus! Seneca! Don't like this one bit. God damn it! He got Marco. Where is he? What did?
Okay, cool. That gives us the option objective done here. The poison kits. But hey buddy, no problemo assassino. You did thanks to it, got it finished. Meine boss just took about 40 or so automatic bullets and was dead low. It's a very easy boss fight. Enjoy the game though, so next week you'll be doing Tomb Raider The Prophecy, which was on the Game Boy Advance and is a top-down isometric view game. That's kind of interesting and unique, for the series at least. But yeah, GG's on finishing the game. That's great, you didn't have too many issues trying to get the last boss killed there.
Strange.
Flashbacks to the first sequence here, where we fought the Lees through the loading. And yeah, it's going pretty good. Just getting started with some Unity, but we're very late into the game at this point, so I reckon it's not gonna take us too long until we finish the main story.
What can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Oh, you were a worse one.
Es sind Antilope. You mean these antilopes with the hooves?
I call the silverware!
Now, aren't you glad we came here?
And a woman with birds in their hair.
Diable. Is that Mick?
Looks like it.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the funniest Elise moments in this game.
What was that? Wasting my bleeding time.
Can't I go with you, Father?
Courage, my boy.
You wait just here. I will return when this hand reaches the top. And Arno, no exploring, hmm?
Yes, Father.
Ah yeah, this moment. So it's of course a bit tragic because, you know, when Arno discovers that his father is dead, you know, he lets go of the watch, which then breaks, which means the hand never reaches the top, which of course is very symbolic for, you know, the father never returning to him. Yeah, all thanks to a certain Mr. Shea Patrick Cormac. Always has to make his own freaking luck. I love that music. And thank you for choosing the McFarlane Master Assassin set. I definitely do that as soon as I can. Should be available after this mission, I believe. I'm kinda stuck here. Oh no? Okay.
Is someone there?
Yeah, it kinda was. He really liked that war, I think.
Arno. You look like hell.
You look like you want something from me.
That's a fine thing to say after you up and vanished.
You made it fairly clear you no longer required my services.
Don't. Don't you dare talk to me like that.
What do you expect me to say, Elise? Forgive me for not letting you die? I'm sorry that I care more about you than about killing Germain.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
What I wanted was you. I can't bear the fact that my carelessness got your father killed. Everything I've done since then has been to fix that mistake and to prevent it from happening again. You must have come here with something in mind. What was it?
Paris is tearing itself apart. Germain has driven the revolution to new heights of depravity. The guillotines operate nearly around the clock now.
And what do you expect me to do about it?
The Arno I love wouldn't have to ask that question. You're better than this. I'm going back to Paris. Are you coming?
There's one last thing I need to do.
All right. I'll go see to our transportation. Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
I like how that's kind of like a repeating, you know, dialogue between the two. Instead of trouble don't get caught, it's kind of like, you know, realizing afterwards, yeah. I mean, they're kind of like drawn to trouble, but what makes them stand out, I guess, is that they can usually escape it. But yeah, not always though, unfortunately. But he was admiring the architecture. Yeah, he really likes, you know, these like ancient steles. But yeah, I really like this ending dialogue here between the two. It kind of like really showcases how important Elise is for Arnaud. And also kind of like, you know, to like when she says you're better than this, you know, it's really like, you know, making Arnaud finally believe that that's the case, because he was really like self-loathing up until this point. Over like months, really. So, yeah, like if it wasn't for Elise, he probably wouldn't have done anything about it for a much longer time. And I think this is really like a good setup as well for like how much revolutionary missions we now will be having, like with actual historical dates. Because most of the core missions now take place actually between sequence 11 and 12. When the revolution is like at its height in terms of like how many executions are happening, right? So it does kind of make sense that you would have like a lot of side quests in between. It does of course, I mean, kind of like create a bit of a weird pacing within the main story. But I think it kind of fits, to be honest, at least from a historical standpoint. Oh yeah, definitely. That's a great thing, I think, also with this setting, is like how many historical records there are from the time. So it was much easier, I reckon, to kind of like work out an actual timeline. But yeah, it's kind of annoying though that in Syndicate, you know, they didn't have that amount of like attention spent towards it. Like even making up, you know, like the villain characters and stuff. But yeah, that's Quebec for you.
Look what you've gotten us into now.
Shut up in there! So, this is what France has come to. Parasites! Bleeding the revolution dry!
It always annoys me a little bit that, you know, the music is kind of completely muted whenever they talk in this mission. Because in other assassination mission, you know, it would just be like, you know, kind of like a ducking effect where the music gets quieter if they talk, but not like muted entirely. I think that might have been an oversight or something. It's really weird it even happens on the Xbox version. Yeah. Maybe just something they didn't remember fixing or something. I don't know. It's kind of cool actually that if you stay in this screen, you know, the word still keeps on going. Like you can see like guards patrolling and people walking around. Also gives you more of an oversight over the area. You can kind of like plan your approach, I guess. But yeah, I definitely want to do the unique kill here. But first things first, let's go ahead and equip the outfit. McFarlane Master Assassin outfit. And let's also have a look at skills here. Oh yeah, the improved Phantom Blade would be really good to have. Yeah, I get that. An upgrade to the Phantom Blade that lets you to fire twice without reloading, or launch Berserk Blades. Definitely gonna be using this weapon quite a lot in this mission, I think.
Bienvenue dans ma boutique.
The Fate of Versailles. After the abolition of the aristocracy and Louis XVI's deposition, the royal city of Versailles suffered a drastic drop in population. From roughly 60,000 souls in 1789, the city's population plummeted to fewer than 30,000 in just 4 years. Looters attracted by the abandoned royal palace and the many noble estates added an element of lawlessness that wouldn't be driven out until the early 19th century, when King Louis Philippe declared the Palais de Versailles a national museum dedicated to all the glories of France. Yeah, glories. I don't think so.
Come here, you cowardly bastard! Now!
Okay, so we gotta do headshots and cover kills as well.
That's right.
Right, so that's where we have the assassination opportunity, I believe. Let's go up here first. That's what the guard gets for sticky beaking. Yeah.
Your revolutionary brothers and sisters need to eat! And yet here you are. Horned in a hive like rats! And why? Because you are greedy! You are ungrateful for the freedoms you've been given! Horned food is no different than stealing it from the mouths of babes! Justice must be done! Justice, prompt, severe, and inflexible! Bring up the condemned!
You think the rats are touche? Have you seen the ones that played to innocence? Yeah. They would devour him.
Get back! Found you! Out in the open, I know you're there! Stop there, citizen!
Okay, we can't reach him from here. That's right, Vidoc's voice actor. Actually quite like him. I wonder if he voiced any characters in other AC games. Okay, cool. That's all of the headshots done. Just gotta take care of one more cover kill.
Back down this minute. Or not your left ear and your right.
That's not good. Dead. Where are you?
Okay, so that moves some of the crowd over here to this area, which means we can use that for stealth now.
You can't just bloody do what you please. Halt!
Si vous ne faites rien.
Come on, the damn guillotine is waiting.
Ces chiens refusent de comprendre.
Bastard! Guess you wanted to keep everything to yourself. Bring up another.
Okay, wanna get to this cage over there, because it will unlock the unique assassination opportunity. We can pretend to be a prisoner and get close to Latouche that way.
That's it! Enough! I'll have your head for that!
Come on. Move your ass.
For God's sake, I only stole a loaf of bread. You. It's the watch thief. There's no call for that. Move away.
Well.
Come to blow. Come to help me.
Did I
The door?
disturb you?
One of the guards has a key. Not sure which.
Not a problem.
Okay. It works.
What's this then?
I believe it's called a rescue.
Why?
Because being a thick-headed man-mountain while doing little enough for your long-term prospects is not actually a capital offense.
Huh?
Just stay back and let me go first.
Next!
Citizen!
Let's go.
Don't I know you, boy?
I doubt it.
No. No, I do.
Strap him in.
You're the town drunk.
Strap him in.
Oh, God, I suppose I am, aren't I?
Fired? But why?
Because, Monsieur Latouche, your last report contained numerous errors.
Sir, I triple-checked those figures. They're not in error. 10,000 livres have simply vanished from His Majesty's treasury.
I'm sorry, Latouche. Good day.
Monsieur Latouche, they tell me you are a taxman.
Yes, sir.
Good. I have need of someone like you.
It's parasitism, plain and simple.
What's that mean?
It means greedy bastards skimming for themselves instead of doing their jobs. If you knew half the shit our bosses rats here.
Tell me about this boss of yours.
Very well. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
What would you have me do, Grandmaster?
I'm placing your services at the disposal of our agent on the convention.
Le Peltier?
Now, Peltier has his uses, but he's not our only friend in government. Monsieur Latouche, I present to you Monsieur Maximilien de Robespierre.
Monsieur, I understand Versailles is overrun with parasites.
Serait-ce une espèce de jeu?
Nice. That went pretty good. Also, I've got a pulling off that unique assassination there. And hey, Lizzie, how's it going? But next citizen. Indeed, I gotta love it. Like all of the NPC voice actors for the enemies are just really funny and memorable.
Damn it. They're on to us again. It's not the best time, is it?
I'm on it. 2 seconds.
Okay, we're close, Initiate. Arnaud and Germain had some kind of confrontation within the next few months, but we don't know where or how it ended. We're counting on you to find out.
Got it. The portal's open.
If all goes well, this is your last forced migration.
Yeah, and if it doesn't go so well, you could go into hippocampal shock and take your meals through an IV for the rest of your life.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we?
Head up with your country, that's all. Yeah, that's understandable, Lizzie. I think a lot of people are currently a bit upset with their countries.
This might look familiar to you. We're back in medieval Paris, late 14th century. You're outside the city walls now. I suggest you find your way back.
It's like pretty close to the time period of a Plague Tale, isn't it? Yeah. The late Middle Ages were a turbulent time for Europe, struck first by the Great Famine, 1315 to 1322, and the Black Death, followed by social turmoil and warfare. France was embroiled in the 100 Years' War with England, a conflict that ran from 1337 to 1453, as the two nations wrestled for control of the French throne. English expeditions into French soil, in which they would burn down crops and buildings, took their toll on the economy and the nation's morale. This led directly to the Jacquerie, a peasant revolt in the north of Paris in 1358, which was followed by other uprisings, cementing France as a nation of unrest and presaging the revolution that was to take place much later. To the extent that two revolutions 4 centuries apart have anything whatsoever to do with one another, I was also thinking like, hold on. This led the stage for the, or, created the stage for the French Revolution? I don't think so. Seeing Jervis, we can say happy about that. Oh, that's great, Lizzie. Yeah, that would be good to, see each other again. Towards the end of the 40th century, the Bastille was constructed to defend Paris from the English threat, and played a vital role in internal conflicts. The stone required to build it was extracted from large quarries, parts of which were later used as ossuaries and known as the catacombs. 100 years later, the Bastille would become one of the symbols of the French Revolution when Parisians invaded the fortress. I think there's also more database here. We got one for Latouche, an update. A Versailles crime boss referred to as Latouche, who was killed during a riot at a mass execution, may or may not have been the same man. Assassin 7, Templar 0. Did read this already. Yeah, this is definitely a setting I really want to see. Like 40th century Assassin's Creed. Because you could tell the story about Thomas de Carnillon, about Dante Alighieri, Domenico Auditore, and a lot more. You could have a connection between AC1 and AC2 with a codex. You could show the building of Monteriggioni, or at least the villa. And yeah, I think also like setting wise it really fits well within the series. Just great atmospheres. I really love how they created like a really unique atmosphere for each of the kind of like Helix Rifts.
falling apart. Find the exit, fast. You're nearly there. Follow my voice. Get to the exit, quickly!
Hey there, Inner Caesar. Welcome in. Yeah, this would be pretty cool. Also, like seeing Paris during this time. Obviously, we wouldn't have to make it too different from how Paris is a few hundred years later, since some of the buildings already stood at this point. But yeah, obviously, it would still be much smaller and like less popular buildings you would see nowadays. Yeah, it would be cool to see because they wouldn't have to change it too much from Unity's Paris.
Okay, Initiate, let's finish this. You're almost home.
Things have changed a great deal since you left Paris.
A great deal to be set right.
And we're no closer to finding Germain.
That's not entirely true. I have a name.
Who?
Robespierre.
Right, so even though the game just said that it's like already in 1794, there's still missions we have to do that take place before 90 or like within 93. So yeah, we will take care of these missions now that take place like before the next main story, and then we continue with the 94 timeline. So let's have a look. So we could actually do a murder mystery, and that is killed by science, whoever that one is. There it is. Solve a mystery of a noontime detonation. So this just says in 1793, so we can do it whenever. But yeah, I'm gonna go and start with that one. That's gonna be great because most of the missions we have left right now are like all set in a specific year, month or day. So we have almost no missions left that don't really have any historical data.
Enchanté de votre visite.
Did a bit of a massacre. Yes, somebody has solved that murder mystery. Solve a mystery of a noontime detonation. Alexander Luzak, in his 30s, nicely dressed. A gaping hole pierces completely through his chest from front to back. He has a surprised expression on his face.
Who would do such a thing? Oh, my poor Alexandre.
Charming bouquet of fresh flowers.
I come by every day to set my pocket watch. I saw the young man waiting over there, holding a bouquet of flowers. Then bam! Very upsetting, as you can imagine. I did notice one thing. The cannon usually points in a different direction.
We had a rendezvous. I arrived at the stroke of noon, and that cannon suddenly fired. He was instantly killed. As far as I know, he hadn't an enemy in the world.
Oh, as far as you know. Personal letter. Appears to have been dropped by the victim. Dear Alexander, it is with great joy and excitement that I accept your invitation to meet on the 30th Thermidor at noon exactly near the famous cannon in the Palais Royal. On the letter is the recipient's address, 7 Rue de la Monnaie.
A letter?
Hey, good luck.
For me?
Letter.
Oh, the murder. I feel sorry for the poor guy, but it was a real show. Pretty much blew a giant hole in him. You know who you should talk to? Sergeant Saint-Brie. He's the veteran loads that cannon every morning. Check Café Février. Table by the window.
Last night, I did manage to wake up, and I swear I saw somebody fiddling with the cannon. Then he limped away. Cripple, I guess. I come to.
The famous solar cannon of the Palais Royal. Smoke is still wafting from its barrel. At the base of its pedestal, the name of the inventor and manufacturer is engraved. Robert Rousseau, clockmaker, 12 Galerie de Valois, Palais Royal.
I heard the shot and all the screaming. I'm the inventor of that cannon, you know. Quite ingenious, I think. Unfortunate business, the killing, but it will bring attention to my invention.
Yeah, would be a bit too obvious, right? But who knows? Designed in 1786 by watchmaker and inventor Robert Rousseau, the solar cannon allowed stroller at the Palais Royal to adjust their timepieces. When the sun reached the meridian, the magnifying glass was arranged so that the sun's rays were directed to the touch hole of a small cannon. At noon precisely, it went off with a bang. The restored cannon works to this day.
There this morning, in fact. It's the only time I've seen someone sitting with the sergeant over there. As it happens, I recognise the man. I served under him as a fusilier, Colonel de Valois. As it happens, I think I know the man from the army days. I don't recall the name, but I believe he became a scientist of some sort. He may actually work at the Collège de Quatre Nations.
I think that's a very important hint here.
Damn it, I missed the old thing. Nah, otherwise today pretty much like any other. Unless you count the old colonel who come limping in early this morning, had a coffee with the sergeant. They seem like old pals.
They were 10 times fast. The Collège de Quatre or something. Yeah, it would be quite difficult. The box of cartridges. Military grade blank cartridges.
I am Sergeant Sandry, veteran of the Corsican campaign, and I don't take kindly to jokes, young man. It is my honor and duty to load that damn solar contraption every damn morning. I load it with scraps of paper. Paper! Couldn't hurt a child. Today was a day like any other. Now, leave me alone.
Well, so somebody loaded it with actual ammunition. We're gonna find out who. The laboratory. Quite a few barrels here. Container of silver rocks marked Elemento Potassium. Several barrels. Never mind, let's have a look here first. Potassium water reaction. Until the 18th century, no distinction had been made between potassium and sodium. Only with the experiments of Humphrey Davy, following from Lavoisier, was elemental potassium finally isolated. When combined with water, potassium forms potassium hydroxide, resulting in a violent, explosive reaction. Laboratory notes. The front cover is inscribed Gaspard Mongier. The book is full of scribbled formulas. At the bottom of the page is written, "I believe I have the answer. The prize shall certainly be mine." Competition handbook. Scientific competition. The Academy of Sciences announces a patriotic competition. The winner shall be that chemist who demonstrates a workable method of increasing the stability of explosive powders. The winning method will be used in service for the valorous armies of the Republic. Entrants must apply to Prefect Citizen Junot at the Collège de Quatre Nations. The winner to be announced the 80th of Vendemiaire, year the 2nd. I guess that's why I worked on the potassium water reaction. Scientific apparatus. Beakers, scales, thermometers, distillation supplies, various compounds, etc. Cracked window. A large pane has a crack of huge concentric circles. At the center is an embedded military-grade projectile which appears to have been fired from the gardens below. However, it failed to completely pierce the window. So that's similar to the military-grade projectiles we have found down at the bar, where one of the sergeants, the one who became a scientist, was supposed to sit. That sounds suspicious at all.
I'll be ready.
Dancing away! Why? I only want the cage.
Letter from victim's father. I admonish you, dear son, it is no virtue to simply proceed as if all will be well. Unless we all work behind the scenes the best as we can, the monarchy will never be reinstated and the entire country will drift into fractious civil wars. Your loving father.
Non, c'est pas cette fenêtre qu'il faut réparer.
Threatening letter. Just remember, Alexander, that if I were ever to discover or even suspect that you are seeing someone else, I wouldn't take it well. Be warned then, my love. For you is that strong. Pauline. So another potential suspect. However, nothing else indicated that she could be at war. Other than, you know, that she would do something if she finds out. The question is, did she find out? I don't think so. Ah, here's another competition, Handbo. That means that maybe the victim was also one of the, you know, competitors.
I've just heard. Poor man. I can't understand it.
Yeah, we need that, Susan. But yeah, so would also make sense, right? Like if the sergeant who became a scientist was attending competition, same as the victim, then using his method would be a way of ensuring that he wins the competition, both on a scientific level but also, you know, on a personal. A letter from victim's friend. I suggest a romantic lunch at the Palais Royal. A daytime tete is always fresh and invigorating. Meet at the park just as the solar cannon is afire. That would surely be an exciting start to any rendezvous. Jean-Claude. Yeah, same here, Rod. Wait, how much did the mission give? Ah, 2.5. I was thinking, like, did it actually say 25? Imagine.
Ça n'a rien d'aucune. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai pu...
Faites-les sortir! Traînez-les dans la rue!
Oh, nice. Another murder mystery spawned. No worries at all, Lizzie. I hope you have a great rest and some good sleep. And yeah, thank you for coming by and joining with a raid.
Whoever you are, take care to speak to Citizen de Frolois with the greatest respect. He is a veteran of the Corsican campaign, and his military prowess is only matched by his scientific expertise in chemistry and ballistics.
That's not suspicious at all. He's also the guy with a secret laboratory.
My time is much too important to answer impertinent questions. Address yourself to my aide-de-camp.
A list of competitors. Official contenders for the Gunpowder Formula competition: Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier, Gaspard Monguet, Colonel Charles Louis Loudre de Frolois, and Robert Rousseau, which, yeah, are all the participants.
Good morning, citizen. I'm afraid that we cannot accept any more entries into the contest. However, you can still make a monetary pledge to the revolutionary cause. Just sign here.
So, and this also kind of like confirms that there's like also another reason the guy could have to kill the victim, which would be that you know, this association, like the competition, is also associated with the revolutionary cause, right? However, you could tell by the letter from the father of the victim that he was actually siding with the monarchy. So yeah, he could, you know, kill off both somebody who's a royalist, but also somebody who's like, you know, playing against him in the competition.
My time is much too important to answer impertinent questions. Address yourself to my aide-de-camp. It was a stupid mistake. My only thought was to disrupt an experiment. But I am the most deserving scientist. Just look at how ingenious was my plot. It was a stupid mistake. My only thought was to disrupt an experiment. But I am the most deserving scientist. Just look at how ingenious was my plot.
Yeah, you already said that.
Any fool could have figured that one out, I imagine. Still, take a weapon if you like.
Yeah. Would you like? Like that girl from Origins. Oh, we got her blunderbuss. Loud, powerful gun that can deal with large groups of enemies. Not for the faint of heart. I actually quite like this one, because in close combat, there's like you know, a chance of like hitting 5 enemies at the same time. Really. Obviously, the damage wouldn't be too good in melee, but I'm gonna take it for a little bit. To showcase the blunderbuss. Not fake. Maybe you're fake. Yeah, it's such a funny mission. Always brings a smile to my face. Doing that one.
You. That's right.
Fuck. But did nothing happen? Right, let's have a look at the next mission here. Okay, so next we have Critical Come Down, which is a Paris story. Stop the public censors from suppressing theatrical productions. Ava Grace, welcome in. And good morning to you.
Il
est drôle.
Hello. Could I have your ear for a moment? Pierre Beaumarchais, playwright, diplomat, and bon vivant. I'm told you can help me. The public censors are oppressing new plays, including one of mine. They've paid a critic to give it a bad review, and are planning to censor the production itself. Could you steal the review before it goes to press, and then, suppress the censors?
Suppress the censors? Yeah, I can do that. Brain not yet fully functional. Definitely fair enough, Grace. Maybe after a cup of coffee. But I hope you're having a good start into your day. Pierre-Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais. The French playwright and inventor best known for his 3 Figaro plays. He dabbled in everything: arms dealing, diplomatic negotiations, watchmaking, rebellion, the slave trade, literature. Early on he even gave music lessons to the daughters of Louis XV. He covertly helped the American revolutionaries in their bid for independence, and his play The Marriage of Figaro helped foment popular discontent against the aristocracy in France. However, once the revolution began, he ran afoul of the Revolutionary Committee and landed in the Abbaye prison. He narrowly escaped the wave of killings of 1792, known as the September Massacres, having been released literally the night before they began. Working on the coffee right now? Very nice. Yeah, that should definitely help.
Un divertissement intéressant.
Il a l'air de s'amuser.
You can't escape, citizen! You can't.
As-tu perdu la cette agitation? Pourquoi tout ce macabre?
People love to read a bad review. This one will sink Beaumarchais for good, and I haven't even seen the play.
Il finira à la Madeleine, empilé avec tes compères.
Scathing Review. See that this review is printed in your journal under your name, payment enclosed. Office of the Public Censor, Le Petit Arsenal, Marriage of Figaro is royal screed. Some of our theatre artists absurdly believe that plays such as M. Beaumarchais wrote during the Faux Monarchy are still to be enjoyed now that we have a republic. His play, The Marriage of Figaro, was thought to stand as an attack on the aristos a decade ago, but its time has passed and it will soon be forgotten. Cannot our playsmiths concoct theatre in accordance with the new principles? Must we view this musty dredge filled with the extravagant costumes of those that should lose their heads? No, I say, enough. Beaumarchais should look to his own head, and anyone who attends his farce should look to theirs. The Marriage of Figaro played for the first time on April 27, 1784 at the Orno Theatre de l'Odéon in Paris. It followed on from The Barber of Seville. The play was popularly received as an indictment of the aristocracy. Each of its 5 acts criticizes the privileges and hierarchies inherent to the ancient regime. In the play, the main character, the valet Figaro, must foil the plans of his master, the Count Almaviva, who intends to take advantage of his bride to be Susanna. The defining moment of the play is Figaro's long monologue in the 5th act, when he directly challenges the Count. What have you done to deserve such advantages? Put yourself to the trouble of being born, nothing more. At the time, such words were scandalous, and within his broad comedy, Beaumarchais had pithily summed up the logic of the coming revolution. In 1786, Mozart composed music for an opera based on the play. Nice. Right. So we actually have a bunch of Paris stores we can do now. And one of them is called Scene Stealer. Let's have a look where it is. Okay. Where might it be? Let's have a look at the progress tracker. Maybe we can find it there. Scene Stealer. Okay, so that's like 600 meters to the north. Ah, okay, it spawns like directly next to the helix rifts. It was kind of like actually beneath another symbol. Makes sense. Because I was like, where's that quest? Give it to me now.
Qu'allons-nous faire de tout cela? Tieretta a pris sa aujourd'hui seulement. Parce que tu as fait. How are you, friend?
Hey! Come back here, you thief! 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 Someone stop him! He went that way!
Hello! Are you in the mood to go to a party?
Yeah, I am. No, I don't want to play this occupied Paris Rift.
les derniers événements parisiens. Mais si tu veux, tu ne sais juste pas encore.
Oh man. I'm not even sure if I can trigger this quest because of a rift right next to it. That's ridiculous. Are you shitting me? I can't stop the quest. Because of his Helix Rift? Dude, what the fuck? Why? Okay, whoever thought that was a good idea to put a mission right next to the Helix Rift to be fired.
We thought we...
Okay, there we go. Now it works. Scene Stealer. Steal pillow talk secrets from a famous actress.
Mademoiselle Montansier oversees several actresses who have intimate liaison with important people. Any secrets their lovers tell them are sent to Montansier. Those secrets could help move the revolution in a more fruitful direction. Mademoiselle is hosting a party at her home just north of the temple. It would be the perfect opportunity to steal.
Welcome, friends. Wine for everyone. Welcome, friends. Wine for everyone. I'm going to perform a speech later on, perhaps from Edra.
Are you an actress as well?
I'm sorry. What position do you hold?
Oh, I've just assumed a seat on the Committee of Public Safety.
Why, yes, I am an actress. Perhaps you'd care to arrange for a private performance.
Poison burns in my body. Its venom brings a fatal chill. Oh, my sight is clouded by the...
Encore un évadé de Bicêtre.
Death restores all to heavenly purity.
Are you right, Susan?
Bravo! Well done!
So touching. Montansier does have a, shall we say, certain genius for overacting.
Her death scene is so touching. It was all I could do not to burst out laughing.
Ce sac à vin me fait perdre mon temps. Je ne réponds plus de rien. J'enrage.
Oh yeah. Anno as beautiful as ever.
Ah, the diary of Mademoiselle Montansier. It will prove excellent entertainment, I'm certain.
Nice. Mademoiselle Montansier. Born in Bayonne, this actress and theater director never failed to come out on top. That's what she said. Sorry, I've never quite got the hang of that. After starting out in acting troupe, she worked her way into high society to become the director of a theater in Versailles. With Revolution, she set herself up in Paris, which at the time was home to 237 theaters. It continued to thrive even during the Terror. Known as the Rebond de Palais Royal, the trollop of the Palais Royal, she set up 2 theaters that played to 4 houses. Her financial success inevitably aroused envy, and she was later accused of espionage and receiving funds from the English. Imprisoned on the 40th of November 1793, she was declared innocent and released after serving 10 months. Following the death of Robespierre, who hated this kind of woman, she resumed her career and conquered the hearts of her many admirers once more. She was 90 when the final curtain fell.
Bonjour, soyez le bienvenu.
Right. Now we can actually start on some of the Desart Paris stories. Because those one also take place in 1793. I'm gonna start with My Kingdom for Some Horse. Kinda interesting because it's actually quite a few years between kind of like making Desart the King of Beggars and actually trying to do missions for him. So the pacing is, I told you, different how I would do it, because whenever I you know, unlock these missions, I tend to like immediately do them. I kind of like connect to the character of Desart. But yeah, within the historical context, it's like quite a few years in between.
I was hoping you'd stop by, my dear Honor. I'm aware that you're deeply concerned with justice and so forth.
Infiltrated Bravo and assassinated the owner.
There's a man, Grignon, who operates a string of brothels just north of here. Imposes horrendous working conditions on his girls. Things would improve markedly if you were to send him to eternal banishment.
What's in it for you?
Oh, cynicism does not become you, dear boy. Let us say that, should Grignon's collection of delectable damsels find themselves without a patron, well, my kingdom would necessarily expand, wouldn't it?
Yes. Oh, that's 180. Guys, you have a way?
For that decent crap you sold me last time.
Not here with that! Thief! Someone stop that thief! He just reached right in and took it! I can't believe it! Oh, not again!
Not again. Oh damn. Press F. It wasn't the first time she got dropped this day. Right, and then we can follow up on the next mission here, which is Desart's Reprieve. Save the Marquis Desart from the guillotine by stealing the judicial order for his trial. I think it's like all the Desart mission back to back right now, actually.
Bienvenue à vous.
Patience, crois-moi.
Citizens. At long last, the sordid and depraved Marquis Desart is soon to plop his head in a basket. He's charged with moderatism, but in reality his crimes descend to far greater depths. Our congratulations to the Office of Prosecutor Fouquier Tinville, the Grand Châtelier in anticipation of a successful prosecution. The Editor. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
On yourself. Tell me who you're protecting.
Regrets? Ha, they deserve it.
Jetzt one floor up here, I believe. Hey Versider, welcome in, dude. I'm doing very well. Yeah, having a good time with some Unity today. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Yeah, this guy is looking directly to us here. Not ideal. Right, there it is. The Order of Execution. So I beat Plague Tale, did I like it? Yeah, definitely. I thought it was a really good game. I love the atmosphere in it. Also the story between Hugo and Amicia, like the sibling story. Of even like getting to know each other as well. But also like all they have to endure together. I think it's done really well. I was a bit surprised like how far it's trained into kind of like fantasy towards the end, because the beginning seemed I guess somewhat immersive for the medieval times, I guess, but then again I have to say like it was definitely foreshadowed and already indicated quite early on that it might go into that direction. So yeah, can't really blame the game for that. There's been some frustrating moments for sure. But overall I thought it was a really pleasant experience and I quite enjoyed the gameplay too. So yeah, I would say it's been a really good game. Definitely enjoyed it. I can certainly recommend it. You loved it too, looking forward to the next one. Pretty crazy rivers of rats. Yeah, some of the scenarios of the rats, like especially at the end with the rat nados. Just ridiculous, but really fun. But yeah, I'm quite curious to see how the next one turns out. From the trailers it looked a bit more open world like. I'm not sure if it just made that impression or if it's actually gonna be like less linear. Born in 1746, Antoine Fouquier-Tinville was appointed director of one of the grand juries of the tribunal established in August 17th, 1792, to try the royalists arrested on August 10 after the fall of the monarchy. In November of the same year he became public prosecutor. In September 93 the reign of terror became a matter of major concern. In the words of Fouquier-Tinville, heads were falling like touts. Oh yes, heads are falling like touts, a common phrase at the time, presumably because there were no discerned French truthers in the 18th century. They were all too busy polishing. As public prosecutors he was in charge of prosecuting culprits and bringing them to justice. which generally meant condemning them to death or otherwise doing the Committee of Public Safety's bidding. The day after the fall of Robespierre, he was relieved of his duties. A trial was brought against him in December 94, when he was convicted. He pleaded in vain, "I have simply been the convention's X. Does one punish an X?" Bad workman pretends he's a tool. Another popular phrase there. Made his own trip to the guillotine on May 7th, 1795. Okay, that's interesting. That means he couldn't have died when I just killed him. So that's not canon. Him dying during this mission. Because it's supposed to take place 93. And he gets like publicly executed. Alright, nice. So that finishes the Paris stories for 93 for now. What we couldn't do now is actually a murder mystery that takes place during a specific day. And that is the assassination of John Paul Marat. Something that history classes usually tell you about when they mention the French Revolution. Because he was one of the big players of the revolution, right? So his death really set quite a few things in motion. But yeah, first we gotta find where it's located. Oh. Maybe I haven't found it yet. Let's have a look at the progress tracker. Ah, there it is. Okay, let's go over here. So, if you, you know, actually have paid attention and still remember this from history class, then you could already know who the killer has been. But honestly, I usually forget her name. I think it's like Charlotte Corday or something, but I could be wrong. But yeah, she even like admits to it, I think, in front of you, so that one you can't really miss. There's also like a famous painting of the assassination of John Paul Marat, which, you know, is kind of like his death scene, essentially. There's even gonna be a reference to that as well in this murder mystery. It's great that there's the connection with AC2's puzzle, where it shows a portrait of John Marat, dead by incorporating that event into it. That's true as well. I actually forgot about that. It's also part of like the AC2 glyphs. There, you're totally right. I think it's great in general with the glyphs in AC2, like how many references there already have been to it. Also with the Apple of Eden, you know, being held both by Napoleon, but also by George Washington. But yeah, it's definitely great. Like, those puzzles are still so good after all these years. The body of John Paul Marat. He slumped in a bath with a small single puncture wound above the clavicle. His skin is mottled with pus-filled sauce.
Show some courtesy. I must perfectly capture the death of such a hero to the people.
Marat was a man of many talents, physician, politician, and most notably, radical journalist. His newspaper L'Ami du People, a friend of the people, brought him a great deal of notoriety during the French Revolution as an influential supporter of the sans-culottes and the radical Jacobin group. Following his role in the purge of the Girondists, there were some who felt his radical views would descend France into civil war. His notoriety would lead to his assassination on the 30th of July, 1793. This was immortalized in a painting by Jacques-Louis David, which shows Marat stabbed to death in a medicine bath. Marat had struggled with a debilitating skin condition his entire life, and would often conduct his affairs while soaking in a bathtub.
Need to focus.
What is great how influential AC2 has been on the series even years later. There's some good abstract lore in AC2 and Brotherhood, which could still have been mined and explored, but sadly hasn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, the amount of influence that AC2 has, like also with the newest games, you know, like with, of course, Aya and Amunet, Darius and the Legacy of the First Blade. And I mean, there could even be more references being made with what AC2 has set up. Definitely one of the reasons why AC2 is still, like, also held by me in such high regard is, you know, its importance for the series. Like, both on a gameplay evolution level, but also, you know, the lore and what it builds up. It really developed AC further and made it possible for so many games to come afterwards. I mean, if AC2 wouldn't have been perceived as well, then, you know, Brotherhood and Revelations might have never been released. Certainly not Revelations. And Brotherhood would have been part of AC2, most likely. But yeah, I guess I realized that they could really, you know, create more games with Ezio. Jacques-Louis David, a highly influential painter in the neoclassical style, David was an active supporter of the revolution and a good friend of Maximilien Robespierre. His painting The Death of Marat in 1793 immortalized Marat at the time as a Jacobin martyr. A list of Girondin traitors. A native written list of Girondin traitors: Philip A., Raphael M., Olivier C., Vincent M., Isaac M., Dennis S., Eduard K., A.K., Nicholas L., Christoph M., and Emil H. An empty bottle of tonic. From an apothecary named Grégoire Brosseau, 70 Rue de la Harpe. A bloody knife. A large kitchen knife. The maker's mark is that of a nearby shop, 5 Rue Haute Feuillée. A friend of the people. A copy of Marat's self-published newspaper. Friend of the people. In it he accuses the Perrault family of supporting the monarchy, the scientist Antoine Lavoisier of selling gunpowder outside of France, and accuses the Girondists of being too lenient in their views of reform. A letter from Charlotte Corday. Providence gives me truth, Providence gives you justice, Providence gives me sanctuary, and Providence there is peace for this life or the next. Charlotte Corday. And yeah, that's the killer.
I've seen so many women coming in and out of that house, you'd think he was running a brothel.
Why have we been forsaken? He was a true revolutionary.
They rounded up suspects and took them to Saint-Germain prison by the gendarmes. They're lucky if they survive the trip.
one of my patients. I was treating a horrible skin condition he developed while hiding in the sewers. I'll write you the address if you think you might find something there that'll lead to the swine who did this. Mara spoke often of how he might be made a sacrifice for his people. His prophecy is fulfilled.
Oh, good job on fulfilling the prophecy of being assassinated. Must be happy now. Providence Hotel Handball. Travelers, come stay at the convenient Hotel Providence. Clean linens.
A woman came in here last week and bought that knife. That ebony handle makes it one of my most expensive, but she didn't care about price. She asked about the address of some hotel. I've never heard of it, though.
The address of a hotel, like Providence? The woman who bought the knife was bloody. Mara having died of a puncture wound. Surely there can't be, you know, a coincidence. Alright, I think this is the sewer location. Let's go ahead and find the underground entrance. Letter from Simone Evra. The writing is almost illegible. Jean-Paul, I cannot bear another day without you, my love. How long must you be hidden from me? Your love, Simone. The body of a young man, beaten with a blunt object to the back of the head. He is clutching a wedding ring. Okay, so we have been over here. Let's go to the prison next. Oh, actually, did I miss the location down here? I have, there's a hotel. Let's go to the hotel first. Letter from Charlotte Corday. Addressed to the citizens of France. Addressed to the French, the friends of law and of peace. How long, O miserable Frenchman, will you be pleased with disorder and division? Long enough and too long have some factious men, some wicked men placed the interest of their ambition in the place of a general interest. Why, victims of their fury, do you destroy yourself to establish their desire of tyranny over the ruins of France? The factions explode on all sides, the mountain triumphs by crime and oppression, some monsters drenched with our blood conduct their detestable conspiracies. We labor for our own ruin with more zeal and energy than we have shown in conquering liberty. O Frenchmen, yet a little time and there will not remain of you but the souvenir of your existence. Already the indignant departments march on Paris. Already the fire of discord and civil war inflame the heart of this vast empire. There is still a means of extinguishing it, but the means must be prompt. Already the vilest of the wicked, Marat, whose name alone presents the images of our crime, in falling under the avenging steel, shakes the mountain and makes Danton grow pale. Robespierre, those over other brigands seated upon the bloody throne, are enveloped in this lightning, which the avenging gods of humanity only suspend, without doubt, to render the form more glittering and to affright all those who would be tempted to establish their fortunes on the ruins of an abused people. Frenchmen, you know your enemies arise. March. Let the mountain annihilated, leave only brothers in France. I do not know of heaven reserved to us republican government, but it cannot give us a leader of a mountain for master unless in the excess of vengeance. O friends, our repose depends on the execution of the laws. I do not give a blow to them in killing Marat. Condemned by the universe, he is without the law. What tribunal would judge me? If I am guilty, I key this was when he destroyed the monsters. O my country, thy misfortune tear my heart. I cannot offer thee but my life, and I return thanks to heaven for the liberty which I enjoy of disposing of it. No person will lose by my death. I will not imitate Paris, the murderer of Le Pelletier de Saint-Fargeau. In killing myself, I desire that my last sigh may be useful to my fellow citizens, that my head born in Paris may be a sign of rallying for our friends of the loss, that the tottering mountain may see its ruin written by my blood, that I might be their last victim, and the universe avenge may declare that I have deserved well of humanity. As to the rest, if my conduct should be looked at with another eye, I am little disturbed by it. My relations and friends ought not to be disquieted. No person knew of my intentions. I annex my extract of baptism to show that the Phoebus hand can do, led by a thorough devotion. If I do not succeed in my enterprise, Frenchmen, I have shown you the road. You know your enemies. Arise. March. Strike. Charlotte Corday. So she basically admits to wanting to kill Marat. She doesn't deny it, and she does it because she thinks it's for the good of the people, to stop, you know, the constant killing and preserve what's left of France. I mean, you can't really blame her. Plutarch's Paralyze. A book titled Paralyzed by Plutarch. Right, so. Missing one location currently, I believe. Then over here. Or maybe the prison location unlocks the rest of it.
I'd be lying if I said I was heartbroken. Jean-Paul drove my lover away. So overprotective. And with all the enemies he's made in Paris, I was living in constant terror.
He was so obsessed with the revolution, he spent all our money on it.
I hardly got the attention I deserved. I suppose he died how he wanted. A martyr.
Yeah, nobody seems surprised by him dying.
I was sent to his house to kill him, but the job was finished by the time I got there. With what Marat was publishing, it was either him or us. I don't recognize that list of names as Girondin, but you could ask some of our leaders. I'll write you an address. Go there and show the list.
Alright, cool. That's the last location then.
You'll find the proof it's me soon enough. I just wanted his death to send fear into the hearts of Marat's believers for as long as I could.
So yeah, there she is. It's kind of funny that there's been like multiple hitmen sent out to kill Marat. Like either way he would have died probably.
Did it. The bastard deserved it. He got my father killed. My father was no traitor. That filthy scum Marat was.
Even somebody wants to claim the death for himself. It's kind of cool that there's like two people, you know, claiming the death for himself. Kind of like confused a little bit. Okay, so where is the shop? There it is.
Allons, gentilhomme. Allons, gentilhomme.
60 livres par septier, c'est une occasion à saisir. Ils les ont tous massacrés. L'œuvre fondatrice.
I don't recognize that list of names either. But it's quite the coincidence that the first letters of those names spell the word Providence.
Coincidence? I don't think so. So yeah, it's Charlotte Corday. She's the connection to the Hotel Providence. And you know, she also admits to it. There's also the whole letter where she claims that she's going to kill Marat. And does it for the good of France. Of course, there's also the other guy who admits to the kill, but there's no other indication that he would be it. Whereas for Charlotte, you know, there's like multiple indications. So, yeah. She's the killer. Let's go ahead and accuse her.
I don't do business with extortion.
You'll find the proof it's me soon enough. I just wanted his death to send fear into the hearts of Marat's believers for as long as I could. I kill one man to save 100,000. There is no turning back. Soon I shall accept the embrace of Madame Guillotine, a humble offering to the citizens of France.
Nice. Kind of forgot to say, but this was actually set during the 50th of July of '93.
Can't say I'm surprised about Citizen Marat. The man had plenty of enemies. I'm surprised he lasted this long. Go ahead and pick a weapon. I can't help you. Christ.
We got the Messer. That's German for knife. A thicker blade on this sword allows it to hold an edge without sacrificing chopping power. I kinda like the design of it actually. But the damage really isn't too good. Susan is ready for it. Yeah, she doesn't care anymore. She did what she came for. Alright, so there's one more mission taking place in July of 93 actually. And that is a co-op mission, finally. Which is called Political Persecution. Actually kind of connected to the Marat mission because it's about the, you know, like Girondists and them getting hunted by the revolutionists, like Robespierre and Marat. Robespierre plans to arrest and execute the Girondists, warn them and help them get out of Paris. Let's see if we can find some players.
Stop him! He's a thief! He stole that from me! Get it back!
Perdre fer, arrêtez-vous chez le fer.
I'm gonna wait like another minute or so to see if anybody joins in. If not, we would just have to attempt to do it solo. Might be a bit tricky because it's definitely designed for 4 players, but yeah, it's not impossible. But yeah, definitely tricky. I think the time limit is difficult actually to do all by yourself.
Well, it makes me happy to see you here today, citizen.
Bonjour et bienvenue.
Face à ces nouvelles valeurs, Barbier vous propose de...
Okay, so we searched for 5 minutes and we didn't find anybody, so I think I'm just gonna try to start it by myself, I guess. But yeah, it might be a bit difficult. I'm gonna give it one try. If I don't succeed, then I might as well do some other missions, because there's more missions we can do in 93 that don't have a set like month or something, so we could do those instead, I guess. Let's try this.
Stanton was right. Leave everything.
Going on holiday?
Francois Henriot, Jacobin goon, cleaning political house. The Girondists oppose the bloodbath Robespierre unleashed on Paris.
We Girondists believe it is not the role of this body to condemn men to death.
Robespierre wasn't into diverse viewpoints. He put out a warrant for the arrest of every Girondist.
My old friend, you must be mad. You can't sick this butcher on deputies of the convention. Get up!
George Danton took a huge risk opposing Robespierre.
My brothers in the convention will speak out against you.
Find that difficult without their heads. Go! Get the rest of these traitors!
Help the Girondists escape. The Girondists need to be ready to escape. Warn as many as you can that Henriot's on his way.
The Girondists, or Girondins, or Brissotins, as they're also called, were a political group within France during the Revolution. They're generally depicted in opposition to the Montagnards, such as Danton, Robespierre, and Marat. The political dividing lines were not as clear as they are for modern-day political parties, but the two groups differed on several key issues. The Girondists supported foreign wars and a federalist government in the style of a newly formed United States. The Montagnards, on the other hand, opposed the wars and believed that Paris should predominate in politics. The Girondists initially held most of the political power, but a series of political defeats led to their fall from grace and the rise of the Montagnards. By this time, Robespierre had grown obsessed with conspiracies, especially among his political opponents. On June 1st and 2nd, members of the Girondists were placed under house arrest and moved to prison several weeks later. In October 93, 23 of the Girondists were executed for treason. Which makes it sound tidy. In reality, Henriot drove cannon up to the National Convention and threatened to fire if the politicians didn't give up their Girondist. Activate sarcasm, and received a totally fair trial too, I'm sure, and sarcasm. Yeah, I believe so too. Oh fuck. The timer goes forward even if I go into the menu? Okay, that means I have to restart this mission. But first, let me go ahead and read up on Francois Henriot. Thank you, Elaine. Yeah, we definitely have to restart the mission because of a timer keeping on running. But yeah, maybe then. Welcome in. A Paris urchin, even if he was born in the suburbs of Nanterre, Henriot was a true son of the people. At a time when most of the assembly was comprised of enlightened members of the bourgeoisie and repressed lawyers. And by true son they of course mean Templar puppet, or as I call them, a tuppet. Henriot was working as a tax clerk in the Paris octroi when on July 12, 1789, angry Parisians attempted to set fire to the building and to protest against the taxes. Inspired Henriot to join in. But that's a guy who was happy in his work. His bosses should have seen that kind of unrest coming, really. I mean, half his name is the word riot. It so began his revolutionary career. He was promptly thrown into jail. He found glory once he and his new friends were released thanks to a press campaign overseen by Marat, and elected commander of the Jardin des Plantes section. He left the Storm Infantry on August 10th. Henriot and others organized the September massacres, offering a daily wage and free wine to the killers. By May 93, he was appointed Commander General of the Paris National Guard, and fought against the Girondists with such fury that Marat proclaimed him the nation's savior. Presumably for his unique brand of motivational management. Henriot became one of Robespierre's henchmen. When he was later captured along with his other radicals of the Enraged, Robespierre came to his rescue. Henriot sought to return the favor at Robespierre's arrest, but by then he had lost control of his men. The president of the Revolutionary Tribunal, Corfiniao, called him an incompetent and a drunk, which is much the same as calling someone incompetent and French. Corfiniao had him thrown out of the window of the Hotel de Ville. Wounded, he was later found and thrown on a cart along with his idol Robespierre to be taken to the guillotine, half dead. And hey there, mice. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Do you wanna join a co-op mission? Because I have to do one solo otherwise. Because I didn't find some people to play with right now. But yeah, of course, only if you have a time. And it would only be one mission. Actually, that's not true. I could do 2 co-op missions. Yeah, I could play 2 co-op missions. If you have a time and if you would like to. Charlotte Corday. A young woman best known for assassinating the radical journalist John Paul Marat in 1993. Corday knew that Marat was leading Jacobin with a hand in the Reign of Terror, and felt his continuing provocations would send France into civil war. She entered his home under the guise of providing a list of Girondists that were planning an uprising in Caen. Upon receiving an audience with Marat, she stabbed him in the chest as he soaked in a medicinal bath. Corday was executed for the murder 4 days later. I spent the whole timer in the database there, and that failed it.
The Girondists need to be ready to escape. Warn as many as you can that Henriot's on his way.
What would I be streaming for? I'll probably be streaming for another 2.5 hours, roughly.
Robespierre's gone too far. I'll wait for the chance to leave.
You're not one of the guards. Who are you?
let me speak to you. Jesus Christ, who's... Okay.
So soon. I'll await your signal.
What's this about?
Freaking sniper. Stop looking for me. Okay, one more to go.
I can hardly believe it. Go. I'll wait for your signal.
Fuck, this is level 3 door. Fuck. Come on. And I can't believe we actually did it solo. Because this is even tricky with like 4 players sometimes.
Thank you. I'll be ready.
That was quick work. You warned all of them.
Demise doing some jobs at the moment. Towards the end of the stream, you see if you can get in and we can do a mission. Yeah, no worries at all, Demise. I'll let you know if there's like any mission I can do at that point. But yeah, definitely wish you best of luck with the jobs. I hope it's going well. Oh, that platform just despawned here. Wait, did nobody else claim first? That's kind of funny. Whoops. Wasn't planned. Oh, just a few headshots. Ah, nice. This actually represents cell that Anna was in at the start of the game with Bellic. You can even still see the sign of awards here. Kinda cool that you can still see them even, you know, later in the game. What? How did he see me? The fuck? Wait. A dodge. Okay, I need to get further up here. Yeah, piss pot. What are you saying, piss pot?
Those wood piles would make a perfect fire, and in my experience, nothing draws attention like a fire.
Nice. Okay, let's see if we have enough time to light a fire while being disguised. I think it might be a bit too close, so there's a good chance of like a massive fight breaking out here. But that's alright. Let's see.
Nice work. The Girondists will be waiting at the
Close
arsenal. Meet them there and smuggle them out of Paris.
Peu visible ce temps-ci.
The Girondists are hiding in the sewers under the building. They'll probably need some help getting out.
Yeah, I actually forgot how long this mission is. It's definitely one of the tricky ones doing all by itself. But yeah, it's fine.
Someone let us out!
Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay, is he gonna move? That's the question. Fuck no. Okay. That's... doesn't really work at all. Ah no, Jesus fucking Christ. Go down. Kinda funny, nobody buffers checking the catacombs.
I see another gate.
Right, there you go. We did it.
You've saved us. Thank you.
Thank you for your kindness.
I never thought we'd get away. Thank you.
This one might even be trickier than the tournament. Like doing by itself.
Looks like the coast is clear, so they should be safe now. Nice work.
Nice. Alright, cool. That's another co-op mission done. Currently actually at 72% total sync and 50% of the co-op missions done. Very nice. Okay, I think we're gonna do one more mission before we head into our break. And I would like to see if the tournament is actually something people search for currently. I'm gonna try to search now, and if I don't find somebody to play with, then I'm just gonna search later again. But yeah, that would be nice to also do with other players, because it's also a bit trickier doing all by yourself. If not impossible, but yeah, tricky for sure.
Bonjour, monsieur, et bienvenue.
Exactement.
En effet, on voit presque...
La révolution sera le triomphe. Qui n'a pas sa cocarde?
Entièrement qu'il avait attenté à ta vie.
Let's also go ahead and change our outfit back to regular, so we can see the Phantom set here. Oh, nice. We actually found some people. Oh, yeah.
$1793. The French army is looking for a few good men.
Is that a sword you're holding, boy, or a spade? Perhaps farming would be a wiser vocation.
General Marcourt butchered people all over France in the name of liberty. Templars love this guy. The revolution wasn't moving quickly enough for Marcourt and his Templar conspirators.
Or Demolay.
So, they planned a military coup. What Marcourt didn't know was that one of his Templar conspirators wasn't a Templar at all. Alexander Dumas, military hero of the New Republic, friend of the Brotherhood. Dumas was hardcore. A war hero that stood alone against entire battalions. Napoleon compared him to a Roman hero. The tournament is Marcourt's play to recruit the best and brightest for his coup. Dumas' counter is to invite the assassins to compete. The winners of the tournament get to meet Marcourt in person. Win the tournament and kill the Templar conspirators.
Think you have what it takes, citizens? Step up and test your mettle.
Citizen. Eva Moller. Welcome, dude.
You're not getting into that tournament without letters of permission. You can find some nearby, but they won't be easy to get.
Happy Friday to you as well. I hope it's a good one so far. Yeah, this one can definitely be tricky. I'm glad we got some people to play with us, Elan. Okay, so the easiest way to do this one is by disguising yourself and just going inside. There it is. go outside again. And there's also a sync point over here. Definitely want to grab that one. Well, seems like our mates are in some combat over here. But I think as long as you don't go into conflict, it won't be mentioned later by Bishop.
That's the last letter. Head over to the first event. Time for a little parkour demonstration. I want to see how far you can push it.
Here to compete. Do our city proud.
Somebody say parkour?
Remember, you must collect the flags quickly to qualify for the next event. Begin!
Alright, that went pretty good so far.
Competition in a climbing contest, but Marcour's looking for fighters. Let's give him what he wants.
Gotta say, I still enjoy co-op so much in this game. Certainly not perfect, but it's pretty damn good.
Okay, looks like you need to raise your team's flag while the other team tries to stop you. Good luck.
Yeah, that's definitely fair as well, Eli. I'm one of those annoying teammates sometimes that is looking for sync points. Fortunately, at this point, I know where they are. It seems like I can't knock this guy out anymore. But this one. So that's like a bit of a speedrun strategy here. To just like knock out the enemies before the battle even begins, because for some reason that's possible. Definitely not intentional, I would reckon, but yeah, it works. Let me actually go ahead and grab the sync point real quick here. If I can.
Nice. Time to get to Marcour. Talk to Dumas over there, and he'll take you past the guards.
Sync point I was looking for.
Congratulations, citizens! You have fought bravely. Follow me, warriors, and you will receive your honors. Seeing you fight reminds me of my days in the Free Legion. I was hoping you'd be a little more discreet. The fatalities you've caused have raised suspicion. Marcour has summoned his bodyguards. It won't be easy to get close to him. You're in for a fight, but you must do what you can to make sure Marcour and his allies don't succeed. Good luck.
Yeah, we make our own luck. But thank you. Ooh, there's a sync point. It's also one on the top of the building, I think. Let's try to get that one first. There we go.
That's a wrap. Probably time to get out of there.
Alright, there we go. Oh boy, somebody jumped to their death, I think. Let's see if we can revive him. Other guy is AFK, it seems. That's not cool. I revived you. Maybe I should have let him desynchronize. Okay, there he is.
The revolution is safer with Marcour gone. Nice work.
Oh, nice. A Master Phantom Hood. Oh, yeah. Very nice. That's the co-op tournament mission done as well. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That brings us to a total of 73% sync. Nice. But yeah, still quite a bit of side stuff left for. But yeah, what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna take a break, and yeah, when I come back, we're gonna do more side stuff. We have murder mystery, social club missions, more co-op missions, so quite a bit to do before we head into the last sequence, which probably isn't gonna happen today. But I'm gonna try to get as far as I can with all of the side stuff we can do before the main story ends. So yeah, that's the plan for today. I'm gonna be back in like 10 to 15 or so, and yeah, then we're gonna continue here with more of the side stuff. So I will catch you all in just a few. Alright, we are back. Thank you for staying tuned, and welcome back to more of AC Unity, with our historic order run of all the missions in the game. And yeah, we don't really have that much left overall. There's of course like still quite a few missions, but yeah, this is really the home stretch right now, at least for the main story content. We of course still have the Dead Kings DLC, then also a few missions afterwards even, that are like set later in the time. Also thank you Broden of Asgard for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Okay, so the next mission would actually be a hot chocolate to die for, which is another murder mystery. So for dinner party murder. A woman, Valérie Duclos, in her 40s, extremely well dressed in the old fashion of a monarchy, face contorted into a horrible expression, no indication of physical violence.
What are you doing here? This is a private tragedy. If you must know, I am Amélie Mauvoisin. This was my elder sister, Valérie Duclos. I refuse to believe that Georges poisoned her, even after what she said. Valérie and I were quite close, but I must say, she was simply dreadful the entire evening, drinking too much, insulting everyone. The worst was when she announced she planned to denounce Georges to the Committee of Public Safety.
Well, doesn't sound like a grieving sister to me. Maintained garden with various flowers, foxgloves, belladonna, and avocado fato when ingested. A porcelain cup of Japanese style design appears to have held hot chocolate. Woman's ring discarded in shrubbery. Upon close inspection, one purse revealed to be a removable stopper for a tiny hidden vial. The vial is empty save for a drop of sticky, clear, odorless liquid.
Never liked her. Never. Even when her husband, rest his soul, was alive. He was a true gentleman, he was. Mr. George was his friend, used to come by for meals and eat and eat. Pity he'll be getting the chop. But Madame spent her day lording it over poor Miss Amélie and yelling at Master Pierre. Who knows what Miss'll do now? Not having a penny to her name and not likely to find a husband at her age.
A mortar and pestle. Large stone pestle mortar used for crushing the herbs from the garden. Kitchen supplies. A large earthenware jug, remains of a thick cocoa paste, also a jar containing finely milled cocoa powder, along with empty milk jug and an urn of sugar. I mean, all the ingredients for some hot chocolate.
I'm so sorry, Pierre.
She was difficult, Georges, but she was my mother.
I promised your father I'd watch over your family. And look how I failed.
My mother was often difficult, and she was particularly nasty this evening. I suspect it had to do with a letter she received earlier in the day. In any case, she became angrier and angrier until she finally stormed out into the garden. I told Lucille to take her a calming cup of hot chocolate, but Aunt Amélie, fearing Lucille would upset Mother even further, took the cup away. Mother's always been unhappy that I inherited most of Father's wealth, and she often accused Lucille of wanting only my money. But that's all over now, isn't it? Lucille and I can marry at last.
Yes, she threatened me. She made baseless threats at every dinner party. But she was getting angrier and angrier, so I repaired to the terrace with my brandy. On my way back down, I encountered Amélie. She sent me out to the garden to calm her sister with some hot chocolate.
Oh shoot. Sorry. I read and was muted. Let's read this again then. So this safe contains an ancient document that has been thrown loosely on top of many others. My mother through her businesses amassed a considerable personal fortune before her death, which she left entirely to me, her eldest daughter. To honor her, I declare a legacy to be passed to the eldest surviving female of my line, born of her name Montvoisin. My wealth held in trust with the income benefiting my heir directly. As one heir dies, it passes to the eldest daughter, of none or eldest sister, and if none, her eldest female relation. In addition, the heir must take ownership of my mother's commonplace book and the collection of glass rings and necklaces, the judicious use of which is essential to the success of the enterprise. Indeed, what these items represent is more powerful than any wealth. I declare these to be my wishes upon my death. Marguerite Montvoisin, Baux-le-Mer, 1692. An old book bearing the name La Voisin on the inside cover, a marked passage reads: I obtained this recipe from my close friend, who in turn obtained it from a relation, whom is reputed to have received it from a certain Italian gentleman, proving its authenticity. It produces a liquid devoid of color, smell, or taste that demonstrate the desired result within mere minutes. Many have sought the secret I am about to divulge. Guard it well. The passage continues with an involved process in which arsenic, belladonna leaves, and lead powder are reduced to form a clear, odorless liquid. There are marginally notes made in several hands in faded ink. So that's the same flowers that we have also seen in the garden. A crumpled letter found on the floor. It appears to be from a legal firm. My dear Madame de Clos, I myself was witness to the signing of your late husband's last will and testament only a few months before his death. He left the sum to be managed by his friend Georges Villiers-Segonzac, with a bulk of the estate to go to your son Pierre. We discussed the matter over cognac, and he seemed most reasonable. Madame, I would thank you to not call on to question my thoroughness and professionalism. Neither your husband nor Monsieur Villiers-Segonzac disclosed the document you have brought to light. I prefer to think they were unaware of its existence. Regardless, the document appears to be genuine and gives you an undisputable claim to the assets. There is, however, one obstacle to your stated desire to take immediate and direct control of the inheritance. The law dictates that women may not manage their own financial affairs. Therefore, Monsieur Georges Villiers-Segonzac continues to hold complete authority over the entire fortune, despite the fact that the assets have always belonged directly to you and never to your husband. As long as Monsieur Villiers-Segonzac is active, your husband's will dictates that he and not yourself stands as the one who controls the fortune. Please accept my most sincere regards and esteem. Maxime Sisquidi. Damn. A little bit patriarchal, I could say. A note apparently to Pierre from his mother, Valerie left on a table. My son, I write to caution and admonish you as to your conduct. I appreciate that since the death of your father, you have enjoyed considerable financial freedom due to his foolishly generous bequest as regards yourself, whereas I have had to do with pittance. Your Aunt Emily recently discovered a document that makes it quite clear that it is I that should have obtained control of my family's fortune upon the death of your father, despite the ludicrous claims of our doddering executor, who squanders our money in his foolish business dealings in the Orient. You simply must quell your extravagances, especially in regards to a vulture-like woman you consort with, in view of the fact that I will shortly obtain control of the entire inheritance. Whatever debts you have incurred will thereupon be yours and yours only. Don't delude yourself that Emily will come to your rescue, despite the fact that you will have been foolishly generous to her. The money comes to me. She will have a small maintenance and can continue to wear mother's worthless jewelry. She doesn't understand the value of money, and the less of it is better for her. Yeah, she's definitely nasty. An ornate silver pot on tray with 4 porcelain cups, each bears a Japanese-style design. 1 cup full of cold cocoa, others contain dregs. A snuff box. An elegant Japanese snuff box inscribed with the name G. Villiers-Segonzac. You want to speculate? I mean, definitely feel free to. Mona? I already know who the murderer is. Must be one more location somewhere. Maybe over here? The girlfriend did it. So why would you say that the girlfriend did it, Mona? What would you say is her motivation? How did she do it? Okay, so this is like 2 parts. That's the kitchen. Which place it is? It's not here either. Maybe it's like all the way to the top here. Let's see. Yeah. It sounds to you like the mom already had control of the money, so without the mom, the girlfriend gets control since it's in the hands of her man, the son. The mom is the one who was killed, right? Yeah, the mother died. And the fortune would always go to like a female heir. So the son wouldn't actually get the money. Because it would first actually go to the sister of the mother. So his aunt. Since she's still alive. But yeah, according to the law, it can't go to a male heir. But yeah, the money is still controlled by an outside party though. But that one isn't related to the family and also doesn't have any relationship to any of the women here. But yeah, in either way, the son wouldn't get the money. Or the control of it. Okay, so this is the love interest of Pierre de Clos.
We got along very well. Oh, she was a bit concerned about her son being younger than me, I suppose. But I've known her since before her husband died. Poor man took ill and asphyxiated. Shame. He did manage to put Georges in charge of the family finances. My, that made Valérie furious. Very amusing. Tonight she seemed especially angry. She's never threatened Georges with execution before. Oh well, takes all kinds.
So that's the girlfriend here. So she's like the same age as his mother. A cougar. But yeah, you can definitely tell that she's not too fond of her either. But yeah, I guess maybe she wanted to profit from a fortune. But yeah, the son still wouldn't have gotten the entirety of it or anything. But he certainly did profit off a fortune, being the son. But yeah, that's all the clues. So, given that the sister of the mother is the one who gets the inheritance and the fortune, and she also kind of like lived in the shadow of her sister, like the sister being like super glamorous, and she has to wear these like super ragged clothes because yeah, all the fortune goes to the eldest sister, so she doesn't have anything of it. She definitely has the motivation. Plus, she took away the cup that was meant for the victim. So, yeah, she was the last one to give the cup to the victim before she died. It's basically confirmed that the hot chocolate killed her, so she surely has a hand in it. So, yeah, I'm gonna accuse the younger sister.
If you must know, I am Amélie Mauvoisin. This was my elder sister, Valérie Duclos. I refuse to believe that Georges poisoned her, even after what she said.
Another interesting detail is that she says, was my sister. Because that's actually something that I think was confirmed in like criminal investigations, that usually the ones that are like affected by death would say still like is. Because they can't really fathom yet that they are actually dead, right? Like, you love one or whatever. But if you're the killer, then often they would say was. Because they obviously have made their peace with, killing whoever they want to kill. So that's an interesting detail, which also kind of gives away that she could have something to do with it. Kind of like a little bit of criminal psychology.
Damn you! Interfering where you're not wanted. Valérie didn't deserve that money. I did much more for the honor of the family. She was nothing but a vile, hectoring drunk.
Of course.
You. If I were you, I'd be careful what I drank.
I love a hot chocolate myself. I believe I'll have one now. Meanwhile, see if there's something you want.
Yeah. Can you make me a hot chocolate as well? We got the heavy-hitted sword. The sword's handguard provides extra protection, allowing the wielder to take greater risk in battle. Nice. Also have quite a few skill points here. Let's go ahead and get some unique skills. The Master Locksmith certainly is useful. And the Thicker Skin would also be quite good. I'm gonna go for the Master Locksmith because it just really can be very nice to have with level 3 doors and chests. Of course we can still do it with level 2, but yeah, just like making this a bit easier would be nice, I think. Right, and with that murder mystery done, we can actually go ahead and do some social club missions next. That's one of the ones taking place in 93. We're almost at the end of the year 93 as well, actually. There's like 4 more missions after this one in the year 93. Assassinate the leader of an art smuggling ring. Alexandre Lenoir is trying to preserve French art and create a national museum in the Palais de Louvre. Sadly, a band of looters is rampaging through the Marais, looting valuable artworks. They loot churches, mansions, and common dwellings, uncaring as to whether these are still occupied or not. Assassinate the leader of the smugglers at the Hotel de Saint and put a stop to their destructive spree. The Council.
Si notre mère entendait ça. Un client est toujours le bienvenu.
Je ne trouve même plus de raison de marcher à donner mise en tête de l'appli. Je suis d'accord avec... N'est-ce pas une des causes de la Révolution ? Jeune homme ?
Start off just berserking your targets. Let the guards take care of it.
you again. You tell me.
I don't take kindly.
Who are the revolutionaries?
Very nice. Right, as next social club mission we have the Black Office. I think that one is over here. Indeed. Investigate the existence of a so-called Black Office. It appears that, okay, never mind. Alexander Lenoir. With the onset of the revolution, curator Alexander Lenoir set about saving and protecting France's historic monuments, objects and properties. He successfully demanded that all the national assets be confiscated and put into storage, to avoid their dispersion or even worse, destruction. Lenoir openly fought revolutionary vandalism despite violent de-Christianization campaigns, but could only look on helplessly at the desecration of the royal tombs at the Basilica of Saint-Denis. Bit of reference here to the Dead King's DLC. It appears that there's some sort of secretive activity, loosely called the Black Office, operating behind the scenes of a post office near the Place Vendôme. Whether this Black Office exists and just what it may be up to is a matter of conjecture. Infiltrate the post office and investigate the existence of a so-called Black Office.
A letter for Captain Bonaparte. Are you reading it back there?
Don't be absurd.
The captain is expecting some urgent correspondence from the front.
Of course. Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of in due time.
See that these packages are taken upstairs. Never mind why.
Ah, nice, so he's supposed to come up here. I think it's actually stuck because I got detected once. Probably kill him from up here though. Yeah, it works. battle here. It escalated. Yeah, no worries at all, Mola. Welcome back. Yeah, I was basically explaining that the inheritance would always go to a female heir, right? So even though you know, the girlfriend was the girlfriend of the son of the one with the fortune, he wouldn't have gotten the fortune, I guess. So yeah, would have gotten to the next female heir, which would have been actually the sister to the victim. And it also turned out that the sister was the murderer. She was the one like to take away the cup and serve the hot chocolate to her sister, and also one standing in her shadow, not getting any of the wealth, I guess. So yeah, she had the intention to kill her own sister to get the wealth, since she was the next in line, according to the law. But yeah, honestly, with the letter that we read earlier when you made your theory, definitely could have been the girlfriend as well. And when we talked to her, she also didn't seem too fond of the victim either, so... Oh, it was the sister of the victim, sorry. So, yeah. The sister killed her own sister, being the victim. Alright, so the next mission we could do is Betrayer of a Queen. Also taking place in the year 93. The Betrayer of a Queen. Assassinate the man who betrayed Marie Antoinette's trust by exposing her escape attempt. Friends of Mirabeau enacted a plan for Queen Marie Antoinette before her execution. The plan was foiled due to the treachery of a gendarme, Jean Guebin, a Templar. Guebin knows too much about Mirabeau's machinations. We have learned that the National Guard is to honor him at the Church of the Madeleine. Assassinate him at the ceremony.
Today, we honor a real man of the people, Jean Gilbert, a gendarme only doing his job within the walls of the temple, who uncovered a plot directed against the revolution itself. A plot to slip the vile and licentious Austrian woman out of the grasp of justice. Gilbert risked his life to unmask the plotters and stop the escape attempt in its tracks. Join me, citizens, in honoring Jean Gilbert, protector of the revolution.
Ah, there he is. Oh damn, that's a bit of a faction fight. Well, let's help the rabbits here. Nice. The gendarme who ruined Marie Antoinette's escape from the concierge. The queen had been picked a message into a piece of paper and replied to a secret message hidden in the petals of a carnation. This was an early form of DMing someone. The plan, known as the complot d'Olé, dictated that Gilbert take his message to the queen's allies on the outside in return for 400 louis, a tidy sum equivalent to 3 years' pay. Many of the queen's captors felt compassion for her, some even brought her flowers. This would greatly annoy Fouquier Tinville, the public prosecutor. Bringing her flowers was a terrible idea. She probably had to check every bloody leaf in the case there was a message on one. It was an enormous waste of her time. Gilbert had second thoughts at the last minute. If the plan failed, it was a guillotine for him too. He spoke up, revealing the escape attempt and ending the queen's last, desperate hope of survival. What an asshole. Yeah, I wonder, is this mission actually part of like a timeline? Ah, it is. This one is actually set in April of 94. Right, then the next mission would actually be the death of Philippa Aspin, set in November of 93. This one seems to be underground, so let's take the entrance over here. So the murder in the Paris catacombs. A few scattered beads in the dirt look to be made of rosewood. Bible. A well-worn Bible, it is covered in blood and stamped by a local convent, the Couvent de Filles de l'Enfant Jésus. A crate of chartreuse. A crate filled with shattered bottles of chartreuse. And surrounded by dirt, it looks to have been buried for several years. The address of a local tavern is carved on the side. Maybe the barkeep could point me to who the owner is. First aid kit. The address to the local apothecary is stitched inside. Chartreuse is a French liquor that has been made by Carthusian monks since 1737. The drink is made to the specifications of a secret manuscript and is named after the Grand Chartreuse Monastery. It is one of the only few liquors that will improve with age. A worn shovel. A heavily used shovel with a very dull blade. The shaft bears a maker's mark and is cracked down in the middle. It has been reinforced with cloth. Someone has kept the shovel for a long time. And we have a set of keys hooked onto a key ring. Kind of funny how the music like plays over each other. It's like a medley or something. Stack of Bibles. The inset bears the same stamp as the Bible from the crime scene.
Yes, that's one of our Bibles. We hand out so many of these to those in need of God's embrace. And that's the blood of Christ, my son. Do you feel his call? The chartreuse? That's none of your business. Best you move along. Idle hands.
Oh, that's not suspicious at all. The blood of Christ. A glass containing dark red liquid. According to the sister, it is the blood of Christ. What is of chartreuse? Bottles are covered in a light film of dirt. Alright, let's head to the next location here.
Philibert! I love that fool. Buy me a drink, and I might remember. Maybe.
Sure. Philibert was here last night. I had to cut the bastard off. That dumb drunk owes me plenty of coin. Promised he'd pay with enough chateau to last me a year. I was dumb enough to believe him. And check with the regulars. They might know more.
So he wanted him to pay him with chartreuse. Interesting.
Philibert was here last night. I had to cut the bastard off.
A few bottles of chartreuse, they emit a faint green glow.
To last me a year. I was dumb enough to believe him. Check with the regulars. They might know more.
Various wines and spirits were stocked.
Can't say I talk to him. My music keeps me busy enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Philly Bear was here, bought us a few rounds. Kept going on and on about his sister. I thought he was an orphan, but who knows?
About his sister. Oh, like a nun, I guess. Very suspicious indeed.
Philly Bear? I sent him to retrieve supplies from the merchant days ago and he's not returned. You'd have to ask Philly Bear where the hell Philly Bear has gone. I'll write down the address, but first, I'll take my keys back. Thank you very much.
His keys. A variety of tonics, tools and supplies. A very well-stocked merchant.
Philly Bear? Haven't seen him. What do you have there? Chartreuse, quite rare. You know the Carthusian monks are famous for making it, and the Carthusian nuns are just as famous for hiding it as well.
Sounds like he wants to pin it on one of the nuns. New shovel. These shovels look brand new, unused. They bear the same maker's mark as the ones found at the crime scene. Well then, at least only the graveyard left to investigate. Brand new shovel, it has barely been used, a little odd considering its owner is a gravedigger. The wooden cross looks to be made of the same rosewood as the beads at the crime scene. The Pope did it. Yeah, it was Rodrigo Borgia teleporting forward in time. Another stamped Bible. I'm not surprised he's a man of faith. A freshly built coffin. Philip Bear would easily fit inside.
This graveyard's been too busy for my liking. I've got missing tools, and someone even broke into the catacombs. Found a pretty rosewood cross down there, though. Thought I'd give it to the convent.
Okay, I feel like the nun might be too obvious. It definitely seems like the merchant guy wanted to blame it on her, or pin it on her. Plus, I mean, you know, why would the nun kill him and then leave like a Bible, rosy beads, and all that stuff there, right? Like, I feel like I'm gonna suspect the merchant. But first, let's have a look at case file. Eileen, you love these. You felt so smart when you saw them. Yeah. I think they did a great job with the murder mysteries. I really like them as a mission type as well. Changing a little bit like the dynamic as well, you know. Where instead of killing, you are solving crimes. But yeah, definitely satisfying when you get it right. The thing also is that the keys were right next to the merchant stand, like the next location to it. So you could also have gone back quite quickly to steal them. He also has a new shovel with the same maker's mark as a worn shovel. Okay, I'm gonna suspect the merchant. I mean, it's either him or the nun, right? But I think it's him. It's like one of the murder mysteries I always kind of like forget who was the right one. Because it kind of seems like, you know, could be multiple people. But, yeah, let's accuse him.
Philibert? Haven't seen him. But what do you have there? Why would I kill my own customers? What kind of businessman do you think I am?
Damn. That's our first wrong accusation, I think. In that case, I think we have to accuse a nun.
Yes, that's one of our Bibles. We hand out so many of them. The Lord bestowed this chartreuse to us for good reason. I would never allow a peasant to tarnish its name.
Okay. I thought it was actually too obvious it was a nun, but maybe not.
Must I be made to suffer for being guided by the hand of the Lord?
I kind of thought it seemed like more like somebody tried to pin it on her because, you know, we found like the Bible, the rosary beads, all that kind of stuff, you know, the crime scene. And then the merchant also was like, you know, yeah, the nuns are famous for hiding it. That I guess was really like the obvious cover.
I'm sure Philibert had noble intentions, but even I know not to touch that chartreuse. Find a weapon you like, it's yours.
Oh, nice, you got the flamberge. I like this one. This Germanic sword allows for great maneuverability and brutal striking power. But that's not the kind of habit a nun should start. Yeah, it really isn't. What would Jesus say?
What right do you detain me? Stop.
Right, so that finishes another social club mission. Murder mystery, sorry. The next mission now would actually be another mission set in November, and that is on the 30th of November, 93. And that is a co-op mission. Heads the Roll. This is, I think, actually the earliest co-op mission you can do, like difficulty-wise. But that's quite late in the game, but you can play it. Didier Paton, a self-appointed government spy, has been sent to the guillotine for infiltrating the Templar Order. Rescue him and get his intel. It's usually an easy one to find players for. But yeah, we're gonna see. Definitely an easy one to do by yourself as well, just in case. Yeah, there we go. Found somebody. Okay, I actually had to quit out of a mission because it was already like happening, like ongoing of a mission. And I do want to see, of course, the cutscenes right at the start of it. So searching for it again would probably end up, I would end up joining this mission again. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just gonna play it solo. So we can see the cutscene, like guaranteed.
The law of suspects has started a wave of paranoia. One wrong word and you're a dead counter-revolutionary.
Citizen, there's been some error. I'm no royalist.
You have all been named enemies of freedom by your fellow citizens.
I have information for Robespierre. Citizen Robespierre. We have enemies among us.
Didier Pétain, patriotic citizen turned super spy.
We have traded one tyrant for another. Yes,
Pétain got a little carried away. He ratted out hundreds of Parisians. No crime is too small. He got so good at snooping, he found something he shouldn't have.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
The Templar Order.
And you can identify these citizens?
Many, yes. They are not loyal to France. I fear they may control members of our own government.
Guards! You truly are a gifted spy, Pétain. Perhaps too gifted. Arrest this traitor.
You can't do this! No!
Witness the fate of those who betray their fellow citizens.
Pétain has valuable Templar secrets, and he's no good to the assassins dead. Get to the notebook, then save Pétain. Pétain's notebook is a who's who of the Templar Order. You need to get it before it's destroyed. The front entrance is pretty heavily guarded. Maybe look around for a more sneaky assassin approach.
It's kind of funny, often by citizen. I think it's like 6 times at least or something. They say citizen during that cutscene. Kind of funny. But you blinked twice just now. That is very suspicious. So you're a traitor? Yeah. Pretty much a French Revolution in a nutshell. How dare you blink?
That's the warden. He's probably got the key with him. Okay, you've got the key. Now go get that notebook.
Kind of funny how well I know this mission by heart. Probably done it over 50 times at this point.
Let's go rescue Patton.
Maybe even more. It's one of those co-op missions that you get to play often, because if you just search for like a random co-op mission, it's usually one you end up being matched with. This is the freebie. The freebie, Eli?
The assassins have a distraction planned, but there are a lot of Templars here. Take them out first.
Even if you don't have PS Plus, you can play this one. Oh, really? I didn't know about that, because I never actually played co-op on PlayStation before. I only ever played on PC. So I didn't know about that, but that could be. I mean, it's definitely the first co-op mission, so it would make sense. Oh, that's kind of cool. I think it's nice to give you like at least one mission that you can try out if you like. Nice, the other Templar's been killed. Somebody did the job for us.
Here comes the distraction. Be ready to get Patton out of there. It looks like Patton's getting away. Use your eagle vision to find him before the Templars do. Patton must be hiding around here somewhere.
Okay, sorry guys. I just step away real quick. But yeah, let's continue here. There he is.
Well, what can I do for you?
Paton eventually joined the assassins. Nice rescue.
Kinda funny how different he looks. Like completely bald and shaved. They're very nice. That finishes the Heads Will Roll co-op mission. And with that we have also finished the year 1793 really. At least all the missions that take place during that year. Very nice. Okay, what does the current progress tracker say here? We're at 75% sync. We only have 4 social club missions left. Quite a few Parastories still. But not too many. And also like a handful of murder mysteries. Cool. So I think next time we're definitely finishing the main story. And start that King's DLC too. But yeah, we're not yet done both for today. Still have a little bit of time left. So, actually wonder if there's like any kind of like Parastory that's doesn't have a set date. But yeah, I think we're just gonna follow the timeline for now, further. And yeah, the next Parastory would be using the O noggins. It's actually one of the earliest Parastories that you get in the game. In connection to Madame Tussauds. So usually I would do this like as one of the earliest quests in the game, because it's like in the city center and like very low difficulty. But yeah, it turns out it's actually set 94, so quite late in the timeline in the game. Let's also go to a shopkeeper real quick here.
Oh, it's too gruesome. They've been stolen and sold.
Retrieve famous severed heads for Madame Tussauds.
I am Madame Tussauds. I'm adept at making wax figures and death masks. I promised the Assembly I would make masks of famous victims of the guillotine. It's grisly, but it was the only way to get out of prison. And now someone has stolen the heads I was given. Could you please find them for me?
Sure, let me find your heads. Born Marie Gossholz in Strasbourg. Marie Tussaud would go on to be famous for a museum of wax sculptures in London. Thank God she changed her name. I doubt there would be queuing around the block for Madame Großholz's house of vaguely recognizable figurines. She learned how to sculpt from Dr. Philip Curtius, for whom she worked as a housekeeper. Philip Curtius was a physician, physicist, and anatomist who sculpted heads and organs for use in his classes. I hope they mean anatomy classes, because if he just brought them out during random math classes, I think the authorities should have been told. Marie became his brightest and only pupil and came with him to Paris. In 1976, their exhibition of portraits attracted large crowds of people, astonished by the realism of their figures. It was almost as if the skin of the sculptures quivered. Marie created her first wax figures for Voltaire and Rousseau, the best of enemies, in 1978. She then went on to Benjamin Franklin. She was also employed by Louis XVI to teach drawing and modeling to Louise's sister, and moved into Versailles. However, such proximity to royalty served her poorly after the fall of the monarchy. She was arrested for royalist sympathies and waited to meet her death in the same cell as Eugène de Beauharnais. Just as the executioner was cutting her hair to clear the neck, the order came for her release. The condition of her freedom was to create wax sculptures of famous heads, whether hated or celebrated. Eventually these would include Marie Antoinette, Marat, and Robespierre. Her mentor Curtius died in the autumn of 1994, just as the terror was subsiding. He left Marie his collection of heads. How touching. She left for London in 1802 to present her collection, which had been the talk of the town for the past 2 decades. She would remain there for the rest of her life, establishing her famous exhibition. She died in her sleep at the age of 88 years, 54 of which she had spent sculpting. Having completed her own self-portrait many years since, she has remained eternally young. If by eternally young you mean permanently dead. Philibert Asper. The legend goes that in 1993, Philibert Asper entered the Paris catacombs in an attempt to map them. He never came out. His body was supposedly found 11 years later, though his existence has never been officially confirmed. All that remains is a tomb in the Paris catacombs that says, "In the memory of Philibert Asper, lost his in this quarry on November 3rd, 1993, found 11 years later and buried at the same place April 30th, 1804. Quite disliked the museums, but she was a very cool lady. Yeah, I haven't actually been to a Madame Tussauds museum yet. I mean, I guess it would be kind of interesting, you know, seeing those prominent faces like from very close up. But whenever I see like photos, it definitely looks, you know, very different oftentimes. Obviously a striking resemblance, but yeah, I'm not sure if I, you know, would like to pay like a lot of money just to get to see some faces. It's kind of funny, like one of the mobile DJs that I follow from the UK called Stuart, he actually did like a series a while ago where he tried to like sneak into stores or like places and then play like a DJ set. And he also sneaked into Madame Tussauds and then came out with a DJ set playing music. And actually went with it. Like they were like, okay, yeah, I mean, this is kind of like promotion, free promotion, you know, like there's people watching your YouTube. So they actually let him do it in Madame Tussauds. It was hilarious.
A friend found out something you might find important. She sent me this letter.
Letter? Dear Madame, I've learned that a certain politician, flushed with pride in his role overthrowing the Girondins, has procured the head of Jacques-Pierre Brissot, recently stolen from you. He works near the conciergerie. Your devoted friend.
Rumor has it that a soldier who
guard Sainte-Chapelle wanted the head of Olympe de Gouges. He was in love with her from afar.
The judge at the Palais de Justice who condemned Jacques Hébert apparently wanted Hébert's head as a trophy.
The man is here who always brings us a laugh. He'll soon be famous that we'll want an autograph. He's on a mission like Mars, always spitting bars, screaming crookie for life. Everyone raise your jars.
Maxi, dude, thank you so much for coming in and for dropping those 100 bits. I appreciate it, dude. And thank you also very much for that new rhyme. And I gotta make a list of all your rhymes at some point. They gotta be preserved. But yeah, how's it going? I hope you're having a great day so far. Happy Friday to you. And yeah, thanks again so much, dude. And yeah, it's going really good. Having a nice day. Playing some more Unity. We are almost done actually with our playthrough. Probably gonna finish the main story in the next stream, actually. But yeah, having a great time still with this game. But yeah, I think I only have like a dozen side quests or so left at this point. And then the last sequence of the main story. Okay, we could double assassinate these guys here, I reckon. Maybe. Okay, that works. That's this guy's, and I think that should be the right head over here. This mission is way easier if you have like all of the skills already. Usually I do it so early in the game that I don't even have double assassinations or like disguise or something. But yeah, do you have any plans for weekend, Maxi? Oh boy. Well, thank you for coming to me. Very kind. You haven't got much going on. Gonna go and pick up a PS2 tomorrow. How yeah, dude, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I also have a plan on getting like a lot of the consoles purchased, like especially like old school ones. Recently got the Xbox 360, but I would also love to get the PS3 into at some point, especially for the exclusives. Gonna go. I recently bought a modded PS3 as well. Hell yeah! So what's the advantage of modding your PS3? Captain Lenotre. I've purchased both heads from our friend, the captain chest and the conciergerie. I have a single key that opens them both. Monsieur Lemaitre. Okay, so that's over there. With the old consoles a lot, you mainly want to play Ratchet & Clank Infamous. That's fair, dude. Yeah, honestly, the main reason I bought the Xbox 360 was so I could play Red Dead Redemption. But there's also some other exclusives and like old school games that I would love to play over there, like Forza Horizon, for instance. You wanted it mainly so you can play PS3, 2 and PS1 from an SSD. I mean, that's amazing. If you could. 5 loading times should be excellent. You bought Red Dead Redemption Game of the Year? Hell yeah, yeah I did the same. You were looking at AC games though and you thought, do you really need these? I mean, you have most of them already, right, at this point? On PC? It's kind of funny, but you don't actually have to kill this guy. He doesn't see you. If you don't create a conflict yourself.
You.
I used waiting for the games as you ordered them a couple days ago on eBay, but got the PS3 for £40. I mean, that's an excellent deal, dude. Yeah, I got my 360. Like, I actually really had a steal. Like, I got the 360, 2 original 360 controllers, the whole like Kinect set and everything with it, like also like a shotgun and stuff, and like 5 to 10 games or so for like $50. Which I guess would be about £40 or so. And yeah, I feel like I got a massive steal. But I also think that, the guy who sold it just wanted to get rid of it. So yeah, I didn't complain about that. I just need to figure out how to bypass the HDCP so you can use the capture card law. Right, yeah. I wonder how that might work with the PS2 and 1. I reckon the PS3 should have a setting for that, right? But not sure if the PS2 or 1 would have. Getting the PS2 for 40 as well, but it has hardly been touched. That's amazing, dude. I mean, with how old those tend to be, it's probably better to not have like a overly used one. Increasing your chance that it might break on you.
You have them. I can make the death masks and be safe. Oh, what a world in which we live.
Yeah, what a word. Right, nice. Okay, so I just had a look. There's actually 13 or 14 missions left to do before we get to the very final mission of the main game, including main story missions. So yeah, I think there's definitely a good chance we're gonna get there next time with Unity. But yeah, this is a wee Evo where I will call it for today with Unity, because I still gotta prep a few things before I will have a drive later. Gonna visit my parents over the weekend, so yeah, I have to prepare a few things for that, but yeah, it's been great getting back into this game and preparing everything to potentially end the game next time. Of course, we still have the Dead Kings DLC as well, so we're gonna be busy for the next week for sure with Unity still. But yeah, afterwards we're gonna be starting Chronicles India, and then we're already on to AC Syndicate. So yeah, definitely getting there. And after Syndicate, of course, there's only like the World War 1 stuff left, and Chronicles Russia, and then the timeline is basically finished up until modern day. But But yeah, we're gonna keep on going with the historical order, though, like even going back to the ancient games. I'm gonna be starting with Odyssey, then play Origins and Valhalla, instead of like going Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla. So we're still gonna have like some form of like order of events. But within Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, there's probably not gonna be many like historical events that I'm going to line up, since the games are very fuzzy on like actual dates and all the type of stuff. Makes you probably keep it until you're like 70 and 7 for thousands. Sounds like a plan. It's like your pension. Secured. But yeah, imagine it would function when you're like 70. Need to go lurk as you're working. No worries at all, Maxi. Thank you for being here, dude, and for lurking. And thanks also again for the bits earlier as well. That's the voice shot. Thank you also for joining and for coming by. Thanks also again for the raid earlier. I really appreciate it, dude. I hope you also have a great weekend and a good time with more of AC2. I'm gonna try to come by and say hello, but yeah, there might be a good chance that I won't have too much time over the weekend, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll try to at least say hello. And definitely hope you have a good time with more AC as well. But yeah, let's have a last look here at the progress tracker. So we're currently at 75% total sync. So yeah, I think we should definitely do it next time. It's gonna be a bit for sure. We'll probably have to do a longer stream, but yeah, certainly.
A letter? For me?
Certainly possible. And hey Vitamice, welcome back, dude. Yeah, we're just getting finished with Unity for today. But yeah, if you would like, we could do a co-op session maybe next week. Because next week I'm definitely finishing up with the main story, and then I can basically play like any of the co-op missions whenever I want to. But yeah, for today we are done. So let's go ahead and go over here. And yeah, then this shall be it. I want to give a couple shoutouts though before we go out and raid here. First to Rod, who's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. He's playing those games over the weekend, always. He's currently doing his annual series run, playing all of the games of the franchise, with AC2 currently. He's also doing like individual challenges. For example, for AC1, he's done a no-hard challenge for the first time ever, for like any game. And yeah, he's also gonna do like probably like stealth challenges or like no damage or something like that. Always comes up with really cool, unique challenges. What day am I thinking? Probably on Tuesday. I think Monday I'm gonna start a new game on the channel. And I would probably get back to Unity on Tuesday. But yeah, maybe the stream after Tuesday would even be better, because then I would definitely be on Dead Kings. And I probably would need some help for Dead Kings for sure. But yeah, we can just write on Discord if you like. And think about a potential day and time and stuff. I also want to give a shout out to Mola. Mola's also currently playing through Assassin's Creed. He just recently finished AC2 actually. I think he didn't quite start Brotherhood yet, but he's also on that game. And yeah, finished the story for AC2, so Brotherhood is next. He's also planning on playing for the rest of the Desmond Saga for the first time ever, so if you want to look for more AC content, then certainly check out Mola too. Also check out our boy Demise, who's also a big fan of AC. He actually recently started AC3. This is, I think, his first time after having played through the entire series up until that point. So yeah, he's like fulfilling that cycle, getting back into the series, starting with that game. And last but not least, I also want to give a shout out to Maxi. Also, give me just 1 sec, guys. Sorry, I got interrupted again. But yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Maxi, who's also a great streamer, also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. Has also been playing through the early AC games recently, so he's probably also gonna get back to that at some point. But you're also big fans of like enemy style games and all that, so yeah, check out Maxi's channel too. And Demise, thanks for putting also these raid emotes in chat. If you want to come along with a raid, we're gonna start here in a second. And you can also copy these and put them in chat. But yeah, I think we're gonna actually say hi to Tylian, who's currently playing The Last of Us Part 2. Not sure if it's his first time playing, but I don't think I've seen him play those games before. And yeah, that's no trouble at all for the shoutouts either. More than happy to give you some. And yeah, let's have a look how Tylian is doing, shall we? Let's wish him some good mornings, as we like to say. You sure it's his first time? Yeah, it doesn't say in the title, but I guess let's go over and find out. But yeah guys, I will see you all on Monday probably. There's not gonna be a stream on Sunday, I don't think. But yeah, Monday I should be back, and then we're gonna jump into a new game. So yeah, until then, thanks again everybody for joining, and I will catch you all in the next one.